Jeff's side?
Fukusani calls this powder snow.
One more time?
Powder.
Call the police. I knew you'd come to your senses. They must get 1,000 eyewitness crank calls an hour.
One moment. Nature calls, if you know what I mean. I'll just leave you briefly by this air vent.
As he or she recalls the attacker's face, his scraggly goatee and cheap dangly earring, she learns to hate and fear all men, regardless of age, race, or taste in jewelry.
Tonight have been described variously as rabid, pig-ignorant, and stultifyingly ill-informed. Thanks for those. Just want to go...
I thought you said it was important.
No. No, it's really fine, honestly. I mean, I can make any phone calls that we need to from here.
Then the phone calls started coming in. Hello?
Sanchez lunges at Reed, but is held down by Douglas.
Don't touch it.
Sanchez says. Reed calls for backup, and a general anaesthetic is administered by a hospital orderly. Meanwhile, Linda's condition worsens. Sanchez is rushed to surgery in a race against time to stop the infection spreading. Reluctantly and with some difficulty, Douglas and Reed remove the affected penis and leave Sanchez to recuperate. However, it is now too late for Linda.
But if I wanted personal errands done, I could get fucking the unbaked gingerbread man there to pop out and get me a fucking cattle gun.
I can't think of anyone I want to call right now.
Don't mind me. Just taking a big swig of water as
as the timer runs out, and suddenly all the moisture disappears from my throat. Hi, how's it going? How is it going, everybody? It's like 38 outside. I have the air conditioner on, and that's keeping it at bay, but it's still overtones of very hot. Okay, so give me. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's go to desktop mode. Hey, hi. Oh, just adjust everything. I'm excited. I'm getting a new chair as of today. It is not quite in the post, but I'm guessing by next week, because I've had this chair for probably just it's like 9 years. Must be not. Yeah, it would be about 9 years, I think. And the back is starting to wear out, so time to so yeah, it's had a good innings, but I'm also happy to switch up. Son of a last, how old is that in chair years? I'd say I'm not even entirely sure what would count as chair years. Usually, like, you know, a chair, you can tell when a chair is on the way out, either just because it's starting to go a bit threadbare, or worse, it has kind of like, I don't know. Generally, if it looks like it's about to go, or if, oh, that's right, like, so maybe like part of the mechanics of kind of breaking down. But I'd say honestly, like 9 years, that's generally a good time to retire a chair. And in this case, the fabric, like the mesh that's around the lumbar, is pretty much worn through, and I guess I could kind of, I don't know, that, and like the armrests are now falling apart, and it's not particularly nice to sit on, so time to get rid of it, I think. So yeah, all right. So tonight I've got a plan for next week. Basically, there is a project. The next project that I want to work on involves a bunch of scanning, which means I need to get myself a scanner. So next week's project is probably going to be the precursor to that, which is writing a Linux driver for the scanner, because it's not like printers where it's a solved problem. You have to actually. I mean, the good news is that by the sounds of it, the scanner that I purchased has a system on a chip, a Genesis system on a chip, which is already partly implemented by like a Linux scanning driver, but it's a case of you have to kind of tailor it a little bit based on, because each scanner has like different, you know, the buttons wired up to different GPIO pins and just junk like that. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Possibly I might like wreck a I might wreck a scanner on air. That would be fun, and by fun I mean slightly disappointing. Although I have read some of the horror story reports. I mean, the worst, they do have thermal cutout fuses. So someone was reporting that like when they uncommented like a line and tried to run their scanner on this experimental driver, it got really hot and then it stopped working. But apparently there's a thermal cutout fuse, so we should be okay. Like worst case, we just wreck that and don't burn out any of the stepper motors or anything like that. Anyway, that's next week. I don't have the scanner here. It is currently being shipped. So given that I live here on the West Coast, that generally means 7 days for anything large coming from over east. So looking forward to that. So until then, we're probably going to be looking at our friend Fool's Errand, which I showed off a little bit last week after we finished fixing the mouse, the SteelSeries mouse, to not be as bad. But essentially what I've done here is I have created a very crude disassembler. Where do we go? Here it is. Okay, so here's my crude disassembler. So Fool's Errand was a game for the original black and white Macintosh that was written in this language called ZBasic. The big draw card of ZBasic was that it compiled... It kind of was like a runtime... What do you call it? It compiled the code to machine code, in other words. There's still a runtime behind it, which has a bunch of functions, which it then calls, but the actual... instead of having actual like basic bytecode, it is machine code. But because it is a compiler from 1985, the machine code is fair. There's no optimization done at all on the machine code, which means you can basically read it as, you know, it's a subset of machine code which translates pretty cleanly to, commands in BASIC, in other words. So let me just find the window with the stuff in it. I do have a lot of tabs open. Is it Gidra? No, it's not Gidra. I do have Gidra open for trying to figure out what some of these method calls are. So here is the current function table for the runtime. I don't have a copy of ZBasic version 300. I only have ZBasic 302, which apparently added a crap ton more stuff. But I have been able to, what we see here is me, I don't know, compiling like silly little test programs in ZBasic 302 and then running through the disassembler and then realizing, okay, that function has got to correspond to this instruction in the ZBasic toolbox. And for the most part, that's worked pretty well. Here we go. Okay, so here is the disassembler output. So it goes through, it takes apart some of the, what do you call it? It goes through the resource fork, splits out all the chunks in there. There is a data chunk called the Scott chunk, which contains, I want to say combination, string table, and fixture data. So this is like data that's, if you know like the data command in BASIC where you can kind of define, big lists of numbers or strings or whatever, and then you use, I think, the read command in ZBasic anyway. You use the read command to basically say, give me the next number or give me the next string, and then that will return that thing that you put from the fixture data. So we've taken apart the fixture data, which includes strings here, which are clearly used as part of the, like this is used as part of the introduction. Actually, yeah, let me just show off the intro cutscene for Fool's Errand, which is what we are currently reversing. We're not actually up to reversing the game yet. We were just reversing the intro cutscene just to see whether or not this approach was viable, because that is in its own executable. So I'll quit. Do I want to save changes before closing? No. Okay, and then full. And I'm going to switch over to here. Ah, I already had it loaded up. That's good. So, prologue. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is very cool. And like especially for like a basic project, it's really sorry about the flashing. But I mean, yeah, like for a project from, I think this is from 1989, is it? it's quite cinematic for a project that's from 1989. And the actual game itself is incredible. So, 1 second. Oh my god, what is wrong with my throat today? One sunny day, a light-hearted fool strolled along a hilly path, whistling a merry tune. A long wooden pole was slung over his shoulder, and attached to it was a cloth bundle which contained his life's possessions. What a marvellous afternoon, he exclaimed, to no one in particular, pausing to appreciate the lovely countryside. Soon the trees parted and the path led to a small clearing, ending abruptly at the edge of a treacherous cliff. But the fool was undaunted and kept at his swift pace, steadily approaching the sheer drop. "Your folly is most curious," a voice boomed. "Have you no fear of death?" Just as one leg dangled over the side of the cliff, the fool hesitated. "Who dares to interrupt my errand?" he demanded impatiently. "I dare," the bright yellow sun replied. "Well then," the fool considered, "I seek the 14 treasures of the world, and I was told that a man that strays from his path is lost." "That may well be true," spoke the sun, "but I fear that you are already lost. Take this map as my gift. It will aid you in your quest. Sorry, for some reason, my sinuses are all cooked today, and it is more difficult than usual to speak. 1987, there you go. So, much earlier than most cinematic games, with, I guess, maybe, like, the exception of... When did Karate Kid came out in 1985, didn't it? But yeah, it's not only it's a narrative. It is like a very kind of complex narrative puzzle game. One sunny day, a light-hearted fool strolled along a hilly path. Yeah, we already... And so essentially, yeah, you've got this story which has sections that are in order, but you only have access to certain parts of the story at any one time. As you complete puzzles, that will fill in, make other parts of the story available, or other puzzles available. So, essentially, if you do get stuck in a puzzle, there are options. You aren't kind of, stranded immediately. Later games... Actually, I think 3 and 3 did this sort of, like, unlocking as you go thing. There is another game that Cliff Johnson released after this one called At the Carnival, which just gives you all the puzzles immediately. So it's but yeah, the puzzles themselves are kind of like quite like some are word logic, some are jigsaw based. Others are like this kind of like sort of poker game based on the tarot, which you basically have to learn by playing, which is very, very neat. Oh, you get some hints as to what the rules are here. Oh yeah, and there were ports to MS-DOS, Amiga, Atari, I think, home computer systems, but they weren't done by Cliff Johnson. Like, he kind of he says you can play those, but they're sort of they're second best compared to the original here on the Macintosh. So yeah, the plan was to also, not gonna lie, Macintosh much easier to reverse engineer than DOS. DOS is like easily like one of the harder platforms to take apart executables for. So more than happy to focus on this for now. So yeah, that's Fools Around. Now, where we got up to was I managed to get rid of most of the compile errors here. Really, what like I've gone through and used my crappy disassembler to reverse a fair chunk of the prologue. Yeah, so the prologue and the finale are kind of both in the same... They're both in the same executable. I think it just checks to see what the name of the it either checks what the name of the file is, or it checks some other kind of attribute which gets set after you complete the game to tell whether or not it should run the finale. Sonneville says poor DOS. I mean, you know better than most people that it's true. It's like, it's, you know, you just get stuck in like segment hell, or, you know, indecipherable driver hell, or TSR hell, or one of the many hells. Macintosh, you don't get that. You know, it's position independent code. You get like nice clean toolbox calls, which are like incredibly well documented. Like, I've got the manual up here right now. Like, it'll just tell you straight up what each function does and what arguments and what structures it's meant to to take. Like, it's luxury. Someone else says endearing memory management. What do you mean endearing? It's which of like the 5 different styles of memory management is the endearing one? Did I miss it in all this time? Like, I'd say there are very steep trade-offs to the memory management. But just like, oh my god, just like having position independent code, do you have any idea how nice it is? Especially if you're just kind of going in blind and disassembling stuff based on, you know, without having clear boundaries as to where things are. Okay, the downside is that the way that Macintosh programs store their global memory, it's as an offset from the A5 register. So you can see here that there are all these bits which are basically like A5 minus this, A5 minus... So it's essentially like another kind of stack pointer of a sort. I just have not found a way to... I mean, we can experiment here. Like, I think what you need to do is you need to create a brand new segment, like equivalent of a new segment, and then you need to create some kind of rule which says A5 points to the start of that segment, and then all of a sudden that should mean that these figures here would resolve to a chunk of memory. But I mean, that shouldn't be too difficult, should it? So like, we've got program trees, create a new default. I don't really want to add a new tree view. I want to add to view? No. I'll create fragment. That's what I want to do. Okay, so we're going to call this global. And it is whinging. What's it whinging about? Oh no, that was a previous like plugin that I was running before. Okay, well we've got, and yeah, like, so we've got this syscall chunk here, which was generated by a Ghidra plugin someone made to turn all of the trap instructions into toolbox calls. That's what I meant. So is it just because I've got the... So I hit save. I scroll all the way down to... Okay, it just doesn't even show up here. Select addresses. Window. So we've got the program trees, memory, register manager, relocation table, disassembled view. I guess we don't currently, because we don't have any references to global, then it doesn't count as anything. But if I were to go up here and go... It's like, it's... Yeah, in IDA you can say, like, add an assumption as to what a register is. Like, there's... I just can't... The question is, like, how do you do that in Ghidra? So we've got... I mean, if we look at how, like, the syscall table was done, if I just skip to one of these, so that is like, okay, that injects like a call override statement to go to the syscall thing. I want to say... So there's analysis, one-shot, navigation, tools, function... Okay, it's not function ID. It's not going to be... Is it defined... Register manager? Context reg... Because I think A7 is like the stack pointer. Yeah. And then... So if I were to add one of these, does that do anything? Tool options? Okay, I guess not. Okay. Data, instruction initial, processor options. Okay, these all just seem to be jank things. Append graph, data from references, partition code. Dwarf external, no. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way of manually overriding what a register is. Encoded strings. Actually, okay, we can search John Q Internet for this. Ghidra add register assumption. Here we go. Declare initial register value. Old, please. Okay. Since Ghidra programs represents a static queue, there is no instant that can be examined to see register values. Best approximation is to assign registered values at addresses. Can be used to set a constant value for a register for a range of addresses. Okay. So like, I guess maybe you can't do it in the actual tool, which would suck. You can do like okay. Set register values. This is our guy. This is our guy right here. So if I were to go up here, the very first instruction, and go set register values. Set register to... Oh, okay, but like then the trick there is that our chunk isn't really part of the 32-bit memory space, which could cause problems. Hey, Mad Moose, we're looking to see if we can trick Ghidra into working with classic Macintosh, classic Mac memory, which uses A5 to indicate where all the cool stuff is. Which I would have thought... Because, yeah, we have, like, the syscall memory. And these are... What are these called? These are... fragments. No, why am I looking at this? Sorry. Gidra point register to fragment. Like, there's this select addresses button, but it just doesn't seem to do anything. I'm wondering why that is. I suppose we could budget. Can I select the addresses for... Oh, right, okay, no, it selects the addresses in the actual view. It does not... It's not like... it's not changing the range. Okay. Gidra chain fragment boundary. Whatever. Okay, we can feel our way. If I were to just go in here and then do set register value, and we're going to set it to, I guess a value that's really high. So we'll say oh, right, okay, no, but we got to do it for like the entire code base. I see how it is. So now we'll do select addresses, then we'll do set register values. Okay. So that's been done. A5 has now been set to like a fixed value. Like every damn function that we have. So where is something that uses A5 register? Here we go. Okay, so this now uses A5 registers. Address not found in programming. Okay. So now it's freaking out that it can't find that address in memory, which is a fair point. I would like to be able to adjust the boundaries of the memory. Configure. No, that's generic. Tool options. How do you... Okay. Yeah, alright. So a bunch of... We know how to... Resize fragment. Gidra, okay, Gidra set address space. See, the annoying thing about Gidra, right, is that all of the hits, like, there's a lot of Java documentation, and that comes up before any actual usability, or, you know, user-facing documentation how to use the damn tool, which is frustrating. Range. Okay. Oh, window memory map set image back. Okay, so of course it's in the window. Window memory map. Okay, that's what I was doing wrong. Okay, great. So if we add another fragment, add another memory block, so we'll say sys, I'll just call global, and the start address will be it. And then the length would be what did I set the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay, so it was 5. So we'll try that, and then we'll go for I'll say uninitialized, read, write, execute, volatile, artificial overlay. Oh crap! Okay. I forgot that it's I forgot that it's base 16. That's cool. Can I delete this? Okay, let's try that again. So we'll say 380000. Okay, and then we'll say that the length is going to be 80000. There we go. So we now have all of this stuff which should resolve to... Yeah, okay. So we now have like address space for that. So if we do auto analyze again, there we go. So it's now converted all those to offsets. Cracking. Which is good because then it means that now we can. There are there are a couple of functions which would be good for that, because like the one I'm thinking of specifically, there is a function here in ZBasic 302, which I think was around here, for setting event handlers. Like there are kind of 5 different event handlers that you can have. Assuming I can find the... Oh, great. No. Injected that. Where are the event handlers? There's a big old table of them. They must be at the bottom. Yeah, okay, so you can have a timer handler, a mouse handler, a menu handler, a dialogue handler, and a break handler. And it's basically like the code is on timer do this or on mouse do this. And there are a couple of places in the ZBasic 300 code which, or in the Fool's Errand code which set this handler, but I don't know which one because the code stub just stores it to a place. And so now that we have this, we should be able to go through and interrogate that a little bit, or do some cross-referencing, which would be nice. Okay, so good stuff. Now where were we with this, with the code? We had like a bunch of this. So I cut down like a lot of the errors there. We've still got a couple left which are down to like me being careful about data being declared properly. So we can clear up these errors by just declaring this this thing here as whatever the final argument of put is. I'm guessing it's going to be a surface. So if you like look up, yeah, okay, so the final argument of put is going to be a surface. Same with the final argument of get. And then this reference here, R I32 3BCA4. So there's like a variable, there's a chunk of memory for variables and there's a chunk of memory for arrays, and the array type seems to be used more for low-level constructs because it's easy to just say, give me, 10K worth of memory and then start messing with it there. So I32 3BC CA4. Okay, so that's referred to quite a few times in the code, not for the prologue, but for the finale. But what I want to check is, is there some other code which is meant to initialize it? Because I don't see anything that's initializing it. So we've got this code here, which I guess just copies to it from the heap. Like just using get and put. And then so yeah, we don't really know what size it is, but we can look at the allocations and between. So like here are all the references or like starting addresses for variables and heap memory, and we can see that there's 3BCA4 followed by 41296. So it's unlikely that. So this is most likely a new piece of memory, if that makes sense. So we got to. So if I want to go back up here, yeah, same deal. Okay, so we just got to find out whatever this is. Python. $22,002. That's a very specific size. Don't know how they came up with that number. And oh yeah, the other thing to note is because this is monochrome Macintosh graphics, it would be, it's 8 pixels per byte. So yeah, you get it. Like each bit counts as 1 pixel. So an entire page of graphics memory. An entire page of graphics memory that fills the screen dimensions is 21,888 bytes. This is pretty close to that. This is, yeah, about that much. But where it kind of gets tricky is that the original code will just treat it as a big blob of bytes to use, whereas we're trying to kind of we're using the graphics surface. We're using a surface object for that because it is more congruent to the actual kind of data that we're putting in there. So in this case, I think what we will do is we'll just define this as a surface, and then it's, as far as I can tell, it's only used with get and put, which kind of is sort of like it sort of takes the equivalent of a screenshot and puts it into a data array, or takes it out again and places it back on the screen. So we should be able to define when we write an implementation for gbasic get, zbasic get, that will just resize the surface to be whatever size this needs to be. So that's good. So we can fix those errors by going into here and adding in a definition for that. Because yeah, the aim here is that we're trying to get to 0 errors, at which point it'll be a program which just doesn't do anything. It'll be a program which runs but doesn't do anything, and then at that point we'll start fleshing out some of these like draw commands so that it actually does something. But yeah, this is my hope here is that once we kind of start getting something as basic as the prologue working, and then we can turn our efforts to the rest of the game and see how that lines up. Actually, how many modules does the rest of the game have? Is it a lot? I imagine the answer is yes, it is going to be a lot. So if I were to open up ZBasic. Yeah, okay, so 128, 144, and 128. So there are at least 16 code modules. Some of them look fairly big. Oh, it's not too bad, actually. Like, we're talking, like, hex 2000 bytes. Or... oh, okay, no, this one's big. The finale is huge. It's, like, hex 6000 bytes. Which is a lot of instructions. But yeah, then once we fill in like enough blanks with the Macintosh toolbox functions, then it should be hopefully a fairly mindless exercise to actually get the rest ported over from assembly language to the game, because all the actual complex stuff will be in here, which in turn should be able to leverage ScumVM's existing Mac toolbox-like windowing support and plotting support and stuff like that. So anyway, went a little tangent there. Oh, and this is not the... okay, so what do we got? What do we got left? We've got... full prologue has no member named var i16 3da. Okay, that just looks like something we can add. Okay, var I16176. Okay. 2C8. And yeah, obviously these kind of reflect the original variable names, or sorry, variable locations. I think the thinking is that once we get it working, then we can go through and start changing these to human readable names, but then we'll also just have a comment that says this is originally variable 2cc or whatever. Like with the code here, I've gone through and just put in hints as to like where in the disassembly this code block is. Yeah, okay. 412b2. Okay, so this is into a complicated bit of yeah, all right. So here's the deal. So this game, or at least for like the intro, for the prologue and the finale, it just defines straight up whatever 5580 times 12, yeah, that's it. So it just defines 262k of memory to be like 12 entire screen-sized buffers, which it then uses for loading imagery and such. And the bit which is, yeah, okay, and that's in this sort of byte array here. Up here in the original, that is kind of, this is just an array of pointers to locations inside this blob here, but for the purposes of tracking everything, we've just have surface objects representing that. So really, that should be 4 times 12, which is hex 48, which is 30. Okay, so then it becomes like plus 41296. So really the next one of these which is accessible is 412C6, which is actually, ooh. So yeah, here's where kind of the math starts to get a little hazy, because if this address is right, then that clashes with the pointer memory that we had. So maybe our assumption is wrong. Maybe there's not actually 12, because it's just, actually no, sorry, no, I take it back. So the code, for whatever reason, when I copied it literally, was inside that block. So it's not actually 412b2. It's going to be 41296 plus an offset. Okay, so how did I screw that up? So that was 774. Yeah, so you see here, these ones here I converted to 41296. This one I had not fixed. So I have to go back. Let's go back in here. Switch back to the finale, or the prologue, whatever. Get out of here. Reload this. And then now I just scroll to 130.049E. Yeah, so loads and loads and loads of drawing instructions for the finale. 049E. I see, okay, so So here it uses just this straight up address 412b6, but we know that it's in this block here of 41296. So it's going to be, I think, 8 into that. Is that right? 412b6 minus 41296 gives you 20, which is 32, which is 8. Okay, good. So we'll say that is 8. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. That looks about right. Oh, okay. And I needed to change it to a pointer. Really? Okay, we still got more of these. Oh, and the thing I've been looking forward to the most is for this to compile, which then means that code completion and like basic language server stuff will start working, which at the moment it's not. I'm having to like figure this out by just trying many times. 1290582. Okay, so we have. All right, so like here's like an example of. I'm pretty sure what's happening here is that it is taking this address here, this code address here, which is a function, and setting it to one of the on event handlers. I just don't know which one. But that would be being done by... Well, actually, I mean, like, it's just setting the memory directly. It's not even calling a function. But now that we have our... now that we have this disassembly set up with pointers, we should be able to jump to global memory. Oh yeah, I made global memory like far too big for what we need, but that's okay. Time to regret that decision later. So is it? So it's going to be 3FF712. Oh, and there we go. We've got a reference to it. So we'll say, tell me the places which use it. Okay, excellent. So we have this. Interesting. Okay, it refers like the... It's referring to the string delete. Oh, and it's calling param text. And it's calling whatever this function is. And this function. Interesting. Okay, this looks like a string comparison function between two strings. Written in assembler, so we would need to... like, it's, you know, it's very tiny and written in assembler. Like, the Ghidra has just kind of exploded it to be like Big C. I don't know where... Oh, maybe it's because it modifies A1 and A0. And then it just keeps... And then I guess it returns D1 as an answer. Interesting, okay. But that's kind of secondary. Okay, we've got repeating sequences, which suggests that maybe it's like drawing patterns on the screen. Though, if that's the case, I would have thought that we get some more toolbox functions. Oh, and there's stop alert. What's param text? Tell me about param text. Okay, use the dialog manager procedure param text. Okay. Param text provides a means of substituting text in star text items. Ah, okay, so... That's odd. Okay, are there any places which call this? Quite a few. Okay, more param... So param text seems to be just something to do with generating dialog boxes and alert boxes, perhaps. Ooh. Is that a syscall we don't have yet? Undefined syscall A404. I would have thought trap. There's like a big trap table somewhere. Routines from selected traps. Trap macro. System. Here we go. Here we go. Trap words. Huh, alright, so A404 doesn't seem to be part of the original trap macros. But it is called here, which suggests that maybe it's a later inside Macintosh manual. Trap macro notes. I mean, okay, ZBasic came out in 1985, so it must be there somewhere. Where were the other places was used? Okay, it was just red here. Oh, we can check to see if any of these correspond to methods in the ZBasic table. So we have, okay, not 2208, not 22F0, not 2386, not two, okay, it must, okay, it looks, it's entirely internally referenced, which is annoying. But I guess it would either be kind of a mouse handler or a timer handler, I think. Because those are the two which are really in play for the introduction. Anyway, that was a big kind of diversion from our main goal of just getting rid of compiler errors. Okay, let's just do a couple more of these. So we've got 2CE, which I've got there as being an alternative string. So var 76 seems to be kind of the variable that like most of the prologue and finale uses for just staging string information. So is it 129.0582? Yeah, so you can see that it we push the address of var 76 and then we push the address of var 2CE, and then it runs the equality check against them. Is 2CE used? Yeah, it is. Okay, so oh, but that's in a different spot. Okay. So that's unrelated to that, I'm pretty sure. Yes. So what I don't get is like this. Ah, okay. So this function here potentially writes to the string data, like it returns some kind of like some kind of piece of information from the system. Like my guess is that it could be like a file name or something. Well, let's look it up. So like 163 2BOA. Okay, so we got a function here. Okay, no, it does take two parameters, but they are not I don't seem to be kind of wired up properly. Oh wait, because this call, okay, because it calls a thunk. That's fine. Which then in turn, okay, it then sets 2 pieces of memory. But if it does that, then it, okay, so where was it? Okay. This code right here. Oh, not, sorry, not that code. 163. Yes. Okay, we're interested in 163 and why it kind of gets 2CE and 2CA. And more specifically, it gets this, which is a number, and it gets this, which is an address. Yeah, okay. So it moves, it converts it to a, yeah, it converts it to a 4-byte value. So this is like a word, it then extends it to 4 bytes, and then it throws this into A0. So it takes in A0, which is this value, and then it takes in D0, which is the count. Okay, so we can fix the thunk to do that properly. Because yeah, some of the Z-basic functions just take registers and others take stuff off the stack. This is a register one, which means it is gnarlier. Off the stack. So 163 is 2BOA. Which is 2B. Right, and then this. I'm gonna edit the function parameters. I don't know why it assumed that there are two things like this, but we'll say one is a character pointer, and we'll say one is just an int. Custom storage. Register A0. Register D0. Okay, and then we'd have to replicate that in here. Oh, wild. Okay, so but this function then uses the stack. What? Okay, am I messing something up? This is eBasic 300. 2BOA. Right. And then okay, it's definitely 2BOA. If we were to look at this, this definitely takes other stuff. Oh my god, okay. Alright, well that, to my, okay, this, something about this must be wrong, because this code downstream of it very clearly expects there to be stuff on the stack, and the code upstream of it doesn't use the stack. It just pushes an address and then pops it into A0. So what the hell? What the hell is ZBasic? What are you trying to do? What you trying to pull here? Oh yeah, but like the other bits of that code do try and open, like they try and open a file on the disk. So my suspicion is that it's trying to, this is like a read command. Like this is an amount, and then this I guess is the target, like it's read, but that's just a guess though. Only because this code here, what does SF do? Yeah, because like the other thing that I would have expected, right? Oh wait, no, here we go. So we've got move 1 to DO, and then move DO into this memory address. Okay, so that must be like setting what the current, because 1 is the current file handle, so maybe it must be setting what the current file handle is. What's the calling convention for reading stuff? Like maybe we might get an idea in that. So if we go like read, yeah, the read statement reads strings or numbers from a data. Okay, no, that's from the data segment. We want from like a file. Not go to statement. lprint, right. Okay, so we've got the open statement. I see. Okay, so then that's apparently the read syntax. Oh, here we go. Okay. Read hashtag statement. Read strings or numbers saved in compressed format, write and stores them into corresponding variables. Okay, so yeah, okay, so I understand. So we can see if a similar kind of piece of code gets generated if we open up ZBasic again and make another test program. So we go 10. Read #1. Doesn't matter that this program's going to be invalid, it'll compile it anyway. And then we go $666. And then we can part. Oh. Oh, it was oh, okay. I'm using a new version of the manual, which is easier to search, but I think this is for ZBasic version 4, where they very slightly changed. They may have changed the syntax a bit, which is annoying. I have this one for ZBasic version 3, but it is not indexed, if you don't count the contents page. So there's like all these statements here. Oh, and there's a different manual, I think, for the where did the other manual go? ZBasic. $8. Okay, yeah. Okay, but that manual is also 3rd edition. No, that can't be it. Alright, so what was I doing wrong? Okay, let's do it the smart way then. So if I were to... Oh, it's annoying that you can't... Okay, good enough. So we go $, test, or 10, $, test, 20, read #1, $. There we go. Okay, compiled. So now I can go into here. I can, hey, copy M read file, and then I should really change this so that it's not just hard-coded paths in it. It'd be quite easy to do that, actually. There we go. Okay, so
Contrasting paths their careers have taken, and now a battle of destiny about to commence. Let's.
Yeah, don't need to over egg it. It's it is what it is. Yeah. Okay. So ZBasic, we've got to confirm that that's read. So let's add that into our table. Yeah. Okay. So. which would then mean we can go back to disassembly here. And then we know that this is going to be the output, and this is going to be the amount. So let's what's a good, what would be the best bytes type? I guess it'd just be common array. And then we go this I16, no, it'd be 32 length. And then we would common U32 string. Okay, and now this is the point at which I'd love to be able to check what variants of U32 string there are, because what we need is because we need to be able to take something and then convert it from Mac Roman to Unicode, which I swear we've done before. Or not. Maybe I'm just making it up. Peak word. Oh my word, really? Okay, cock clang is up to date. I'm guessing it's because it hasn't built. Like, what's the trick with cock clang? You have to like rebuild the symbol table for it to work. Yeah, okay. Follow projects that generate compile commands JSON for your project. Clang will assume your code is built as that, and you'll get stuff like that. I mean, we should have compile commands, because I use it for other dev. Oh, easy. Okay, so we'll just do... speed this up a little bit, but hopefully if I were to like quit out of this and open it again, oh yeah, okay, this is good, this is good, maybe it's working now. Sure, okay. Okay, so there's encode. Convert the string to the given P page encoding and return the result as a new string. Is it the opposite way around from Python? Like versus encode versus decode? Okay. Let's figure it out. Interesting. Okay, and it must be 128 characters long because of this jump, but it doesn't matter. That's okay. So we can accept. Yeah, okay, so we just want constant character car stir. Well, ideally we want like this plus a code page. Yes, this one. Constant car stir, length, code page. Easy. Kraken. That's exactly what we want. So we'll say... no known conversion from unsigned character. Okay, because it's... Yeah, okay. Just type it as that. No, really it should be that. But we'll just say this converted to this. Too many arguments for, okay, because I need to get rid of this. That's fine. Okay, that should sort out. We're down to 1 page of errors. That's pretty substantial. I say 1 page of errors as soon as we get to like linking is going to be messy because we have all of these like all of these methods which we're going to have to make empty stubs for. That's okay. 52. Expected unqualified ID before numeric constant. Right, okay, so what's 52? So it's 9... 9C4. Interesting. Okay, so we have... Oh, and I should look up the disassembly of the disassembly of the Z basic code because that's going to be kind of important in figuring out what's going wrong. Oh, dang it. All right. Good enough. Right, and then zbasic 52. Yeah, okay, so it takes one argument, which is the register D0. So we can change this. Edit function, custom storage. D0, data type, int, what was the other case that used 52? It was here, okay. The other spots that use it? Exactly 2 places in the code use zbasic 52. And then they... Interesting, okay, so they set... They test the word. Alright, and then it just does some kind of... Alright, but it does a function which is expected to return something. Right. So then it... So again, because this is originally just plain assembly language, it doesn't seem to return anything in the conventional sense. It instead just sets the 0 flag. At least I assume it sets the 0 flag. Which we can kind of hackily represent here by saying using custom storage. And then just call it bool, and then we'll say register 0 flag. Okay, and then it's... Oh wait, but then it's checking to see if it's... Oh, okay. No, I think my guess here was a bit off. Because it should just be running that all the time. I don't know why... Okay, I don't know why here it is saying that it's returning something when it is clearly not. Because it's doing branch subroutine, then there's dbf. What is dbf? Do I have Motorola instructions? I do, okay. Test condition decrement and branch. Okay, so it's a fused instruction. It's got like 3 different things it does in the one thing. So it's decrementing. It's decrementing parameter 1. Yeah, like what is going on in here? Is it just sleeping? Is that what this is doing? No, it can't be because we've got a different command for that. And why would it need to like touch all these variables? I don't know. But it doesn't actually... It's just moving memory around. It's not actually doing any function calls, so maybe we should just ignore it. And it's only called in 2 spots, so maybe it's... I'm guessing it's not load bearing. Okay, so... UN16 does not name a type. Okay, that was... Yep. 582. Do we not? Okay, so there's no... But that references 2C8 there. But I'm pretty... Okay. But the function signature suggests that this is being used as, like, the volume number. So maybe this command here is about fetching the volume number or fetching some kind of file system stuff. Okay, now we're down to UNC 6. Did I have a look at what UNC 6 was? 14F4. Okay. It does a bunch of stuff. Including allocating memory and calculating a ratio. And it also seems to think that AO is involved. Not sure what... Okay, that must mean that one of the functions that's being called messes with AO, because we are not passing AO in. This, on the other hand, seems to be messing with AO. So that's looking promising. Yeah, okay, so some kind of big structure gets returned by that. But then now that we've done this, then AO is no longer left loose. DO, I mean, DO? Does it accept DO as one of the arguments? It shouldn't be messing with DO. But whatever. Okay, and then keeps coming back to write async. What is the write async function? And why can't I find it in any of these damn manuals? Okay, what's the trap code? The trap code is A403. Okay, so it's not in this volume. I guess it can't, what's it called? So let's try Inside Macintosh Volume 4. Okay, so there are some... So we've got some new traps in Volume 4, which begin with A8 and A0. Where is... But nothing with A4. 1986. Okay, more traps, more traps. There is another potential. I mean, I was gonna say maybe that means that Z-Basic sets its own traps, which would be kind of a dangerous game. I'm just... Why does it think that write async is A403? Macintosh trap A403. It must be a custom trap. Okay. So, write async must be like a red herring. Never mind that I don't know where these came from. Alright. Yeah, they must install their own interrupt handler. That's annoying and effectively a dead end, because I really don't want to have to I don't want to have to take apart the rest of the... I don't want to have to take apart the rest of the code to find whatever is being injected into that handler, or worse, what it's doing. We'll just assume that it's nothing major. Yeah, okay. Ooh, interesting. Okay, the second one's, it's pushing along, and then the other two are words. Okay, good to know. One error left, and we'll just we'll just add this in. So we've got 249. And that, okay, and that's our mystery method, which goes and fetches something from the system. Is it used multiple times? No, it's only used once. Okay, and then 249 is 5F16. Ah, okay. So there is some code which uses above the pointer. Oops. Wait, it's above the pointer. So I can't remember which direction is, but like you can. There are some values which I wrote down here because I was kind of thrown by them. Oh, okay. So quick draw globals are offset below the A5 address. This appears to be accessing the memory above the A5 address, which what was the... Okay, inside Macintosh 219. Here it is. Okay. Memory organization. So A5 is here. Below A5 contains the application global. So that's what we added our thing. But then above that, there is this little block of 32 bytes called application parameters. And the documentation is vague about what this is. 32 bytes of memory located above the application globals. They're reserved for use by the system. Okay, so in theory you shouldn't be able to use them. However, this code here does. It assumes there's something specific in there. Okay, there's a boundary between the application globals and the application parameters. Okay, so this tells us nothing except they are reserved. Do we learn anything in the newer versions of the doco? Memory locations below the system heap that aren't documented may not be available for use in future systems. Don't depend on any global variable that isn't documented inside this manual. Don't store information in this area. This space is reserved for use by Apple. Okay, so we don't really get any insight into what's in there. Okay. No, just more admonishment to use the boundary for storing that thing. What do we got? What have we got? Every classic 68K application contains an A5 world, an area of memory which contains the following items. Oh, okay, but this is for OS 9, which is the operating system used by the Philips CDI. The jump table, which allows the application to make calls between segments, the global variables. The application's quick draw global variables. The application parameters, which you reserve for use by macOS. Oh, okay, this is just a copy of Inside Macintosh. Oh, is it because it's a pointer to the quick draw variables? Ah, okay. So there is a jump table immediately above A5. If one routine needs to okay, so if it's the jump manager, then maybe it's something to do with changing segments in ZBasic. That wouldn't be too surprising. But I don't know. Like it's okay, yeah, just it's copying something specific from that piece of memory. And what have we got? We've got the number 1 stored in a word. We've got the number 1 stored in a different word, and then we pass in the address to this, to this, to this, and to that. Interesting. Okay, so 2C4 just not defined at all. 2C8 because I guess we can like try and infer what. Okay. Uh, 1C4 is going to be a string. And then 180. So given that we know that the final number is going to be a volume number, let's just have a look at all of the ZBasic functions which return stuff from the file system. Because we've got like disk file enhancer, and so we've got dir, LDR, EOF, files. What's files dollars? Page 67. Ah, looking good. Oh, is it an open prompt? Is that what it's doing? That's kind of weird. But anyway, we'll figure it out. Oh, it's a son of a bitch. Okay. Let's switch to Twitch so I can move the window a little bit to the side. And then we go 30. Files, dollars. Okay, didn't like that. Is that the correct syntax? Oh, okay. Where did I... Oh, is it because I didn't put a percentage sign at the end? Ah, okay, come on. Alright, last try. 30. Name dollars equals files. Save it. Old name. Here we go. Yes. Ah, close. Okay, no, we got... That was Z basic 138. That was a good throw, though. Okay, what else we got? We got... Interesting. Alright, so there's... Files function... Path or path documents are available on this. Peak. Finder info. That's new. Return system information from the Finder to your application so the program, so your program can do whatever is necessary with that file. Is Finder info in this version? Coordinate pen, coordinate, open talk. Finder info, there we go. Page 111. Return system information from the Finder so your application program so that it can do whatever is necessary with that file. Okay, inject it into my veins. Let's just copy the instructions exactly. Okay, count percentage name $0 type at 0 vol percentage 0 list. It's doing it. It's doing it. Okay. Alright, will it be 249? I think it will be. It's gotta be right. It's right at the end of the Macintosh appendix, which implies it was one of the last things they added. Yes! We found it. Okay, so it is Finder info. And we should be able to figure out what the calling convention is now too. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so I'll add a new function here. Int finder info.
And just listen to the answer phone.
Hello, I'm calling about arranging a massage.
I ask you.
Beggar's belief. If A is 0, then that file can be loaded. If it's non-zero, then the file has to be printed. Returns a number of files to be passed to your application. Sometimes people will click several files to be printed. The example program shows how to read them in. Count. A string. Right, okay, and then it return the number of files to be passed to your application. Okay, I'm still kind of did they return system information from the Finder to your application so the program can be do necessarily. This is useful for when a user double clicks a file created with your application. The Finder will load your application and pass in the information in Finder info so you can determine if it should be printed or loaded. Okay, I think this is definitely part of the detection to see if we're running the show finale executable. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is... Yeah, so really that's actually int 16 count. var int 32 type. Or uint 32 type. Because it's going to be a whatever, and then the disk volume numbers where the file names is located. If you wish to allow more than one file to be passed, this would be an array. Oh my god. I see, so it's kind of a weird return by value thing. Okay, we could probably do better than that. Oh, I mean, okay, we can make do with this. And yeah, IC4 is a string. Yeah, okay, that all makes sense. So now we just need to add 2C4 as a thing. Good. Alright, so now that's... Oh, okay, we've got a few type mismatches. Oh, which is fine because we're passing by reference. Okay, we'll get rid of this. This. And this. It built... Okay, now we're onto ZBasic, which is missing a whole ton of stuff. Okay. Good. I can finally just put that to one side. And look at our friend ZBasic. Oh. Hey, Retroscority. Retroscority say, hi, I love this doc. It's clearly a scanned page. It gives a little bit to the nostalgic movie where I had to read physical computer manuals. Oh yeah, when you're doing like old programming stuff, you have to like the only answers that you can probably find are in old manuals. Like I don't have it with me right now, but downstairs, yeah, it's downstairs. I have a copy of Windows Internals, volume, like the very first edition of Windows Internals by Matt Pytrek, and that's the only resource I've ever been able to find which explains how Windows 3.1's program headers work and stuff like that. Also, not been able to find a PDF of that. I'm not sure if... I think Internet Archive may have got a copy, but it's not... you can't just download it, for lack of a better term. So I do have a physical book downstairs of that which contains a ton of tabs. And yeah, we are using some Saint is scanned in the ZBasic manual, and Apple have provided PDFs of all of their many volumes on how to do Macintosh programming. But yeah, it's all about it's beyond, it's more than just nostalgia. It's literally this is how you do old development using these resources. Okay, okay, things that were busted. Okay, format D expects a matching in argument because that's wrong. Richard already says, "Oh, cool. The Win 3.1 manual is a collector's item." Would you believe no one wants old computer manuals? You can go on to, I think I went into like Abe Books and I found it for like $5. So actually, I wonder what Abe Books would be selling like inside Macintosh for. I imagine more than what I paid for the Windows 3.1 manual. No, I don't want to trend. I want to search inside Macintosh. $7 for Inside Macintosh Volume 4. Inside Macintosh Volume 1, $12. Okay. $15 for... Oh my god, okay. Inside Macintosh Volume number 2 seems to be the one that's kind of pushing the envelope there for $30. But yeah, you can... I may actually get the paper copies of these. I may actually get the paper copies of these. Oh, you can get 1 through 3 for $85. Okay, that's a ripoff. Just because like all 3 are kind of welded together, suddenly it costs more. Oh yeah, and then there's like special ones like this one which explains how QuickDraw works. But, gonna say, yeah, $20 is more expensive than what the old Windows ones are going for. Like if I were to search for inside Windows PyTrack, which is the one I have. Wow, Raymond Chen's book is going for like mad money. Oh, sorry, Windows internals. I think it is. So like volume 6 is going for $3. PyTrack. Okay, there you go. A respectable $6.99 for the only book which explains how Windows 3.1 works. So you can outfit a very respectable, if not completely out of date technical library for not very much money. So we go. Interesting. Manbo says shipping is 2 times the product price. I mean, like, it's just, yeah. Usually they just send it by like normal like letter post, and that cuts down on, like, I don't recall the shipping being too exorbitant from Abe Books, because if they don't ship it parcel post, then like the price comes down by a lot. Anyway, how did I... Okay, format D expects a matching in argument. We're gonna have big problems linking all of this because, again, like, we're gonna have to make stubs for all of these, but that's fine. We just want like an empty screen. That's all we're aiming for today, at least initially. If it's not that, then what is it? Also, hello, Mac. Sorry for missing your message earlier. Madmo says, I looked at vinyl on Bandcamp. When I added it to the cart, the price was 50% higher than on the page, and the shipping was at least another 50%. That's annoying. Yeah. I guess because they only kind of like determine the shipping price like just as you're about to buy. It is annoying when shops do that, but I guess I kind of understand because maybe like only the checkout process kind of has a knowledge of where you are. Okay, printf syntax. What's that's a signage or a decimal. I'll just go X. What is type? Oh, because I've got it as a datum, whatever. No. If I cast it, will that be alright? Format D expect. Oh no, it's because I've only mentioned one argument. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. So it'll be L. Actually, we'll do it this way. Okay. Now we get to the events. I don't even remember what I've put in this. Is this just... Is this just... Okay, this is just the template that comes with the for an empty engine. Wow, alright, there's like a lot of extra stuff that we don't really need. Cannot convert full engine to... Okay, right, so it's out of date. DevTools. So where did I nick this from? I can't remember. What's a useful... Oh, okay. I must have taken this from maybe T-Sage or GOT. What's GOT? Like this looks... God of Thunder. Why did I take this code from God of Thunder? What was it from MM1? I can't think of a game that's more different from Fool's Errand than God of Thunder. Mamu says, product price on page, £23.99. Product price on cart, £31.79. I understand why shipping would be on top of that, but I don't understand that for product price works. Would that be because of Brexit? Like, have they had to, like, put duty on, like, like, I can't remember, like, the VAT is for Britain? Because, like, if you look at, like, 31.79 divided by 23.99, or the other way around, 23.99. I don't know. I don't know much about what the British VAT rate is. Okay, so value-added tax is 20%. I mean, it's roughly... It's like 30... It's like, but yeah, it's like 32% more expensive. Oh, Danish VAT is 25%. Yeah. I don't know. If I had to guess, it would be basically like some kind of... Because you're that's right, because you're in Denmark. So don't know, some kind of like EU tax for imports, because I know that like after Brexit, like all of the British shops were kind of despairing that they now had to like pay additional sales tax or whatever it was for exports. Maybe it's that. I'd guess. In Australia, we got goods and services tax, which is just 10% on everything, which I don't know. It's a regressive tax, and we probably should be like taxing the billionaires and the mining companies like a shitload more. So that's my view on GST. And now I have to, okay. All right. So like I started work on this like about 2 years ago, and I've completely forgotten like which engine I kind of built this on top of. I imagine that like a good engine, which would be equivalent, would be the MacVenture engine, which is an engine for it's for like a whole bunch of Mac games like King of Chicago. So I don't know where the hell events.cpp came from. Maybe we can just get rid of it. I don't think there's anything in here that we need. So controversial. What if we were to... Oh, no. Okay, so this must be from some template source that I've just forgotten where it is. DevTools create engine. Okay, there we go. So there must be like some kind of stub project that this thing generates, which is what we use. Okay, that's fine. We'll just comment out what we need to then, shall we? When was this last updated? A while ago. That's fine. So if we were to like just mod events.cpp. Okay, name, parent, and bounds. Oh, is it because like the original engine needs to be changed to be of type UE element? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't like the template. Okay, let's just get out the big hammer. So we don't need events and we don't need view 1. Both of those just seem like bad news. Okay, and then now that's referring to full.h. Interesting. Okay, so now I've got to figure out why the meta engine doesn't compile. Meta engine feature has not been declared. Did you mean meta engine detection? Okay, so try that. Come on. Which one? Okay, what things are these calling in? I guess system.h. Oh, just tell me where meta engine is declared. God damn it. Expected class name before brackets token. So oh, I see. Okay, because it's now a template. Oh, and I also didn't put it in the right namespace. Actually, no, this can't be in a namespace, can it? Maybe the trick is just to have a meta engine.cpp. Ah, right, okay, and then that becomes... Okay, do I have a detection.h? I do. Okay. That cleared up most of the problems. So now I just gotta figure out the matching. Okay, get rid of that H file because we don't need it anymore. how does the cruise engine do it? Oh no, it just sets game description to that. Oh, is it because you have to like define the template in here as well? Oh, because it's a pointer. Okay, easy. I know C++. I know it all too well. Full game description does not have... Ah, because I was... Yeah, fine. Okay. Speed it up. And then we get to look forward to all of the linking errors. Because there's so much missing. So freaking much. Wait, what? What? How? Are there no linking errors because we don't actually... Ah, okay. I think the issue is that nowhere in here do we actually call prologue run, which then means that we don't have it, you know, there's no problem because we're not calling it. Anyway, we might as well just have a try and see what happens. It's nothing's gonna happen when we run it, but we can try anyway. Scumvium full, Scumvium full. Okay, and it crashes out because it can't find the game data. That's understandable. So, and in our detection tables here, oh, and it's also because the files aren't named properly. Well. So if I quit out of here. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we've now got a file with the right name at least. I give it the right name? Okay, so what went wrong there? Debug flags detection, debug level 5. Okay. Yep, alright, so we've found the file, the fool's errand, and then it is doing this. So now we'll just copy these hash into here. See if I can find it. Okay, and then we start. And it just immediately quits because we don't have any actual code inside there. That's alright. Okay, but it did recognize it as V2 Macintosh English. Sick. Okay, it's been 3 hours, so I'm going to take a quick break. When we get back, I'm going to actually wire up this prologue code to this engine part of our engine. So there's actually like a main loop or what have you. And then we'll just keep battling from there. But you never know, we might actually get to see something on the screen by the end of today. But yeah. I'm going to take a break. I recommend you do the same because we all need a break. Especially now, especially today, especially this evening. Okay, we're back. Well, where do we get to? Alright, so it builds, but we haven't actually wired up any of this morass of code into the main program, which means it is not it's not executing. So let's change that. Let's what have we got? So there is, I don't know, for now I've basically got like one global singleton for dealing with like Z basic functions and another global singleton for dealing with all the toolbox API, and we just initialize both of those here, and then because I don't know, potentially we could be using the same engine for the other games in the Cliff Johnson series, but those aren't written in Z Basic. Those are written, I think, just in plain C. But we, so that wouldn't use the Z Basic module, but it would use the toolbox module because they make extensive use of quick draw. But anyway, so there we go. We've got a little run statement here. So why don't we just test this by going ahead in here. There we go. There's the linker errors that I was expecting. Okay, and now it's upset because all of a sudden I've tried to include that code, and it's missing a bunch of functions that it needs, which is an entirely fair thing to be complaining about, because it needs those functions. So, all right, let's just start off by stubbing out everything. Alright, just to check to see if that improves things. So like what's the... Okay, line 2. So if we just implement line 2, or stub out line 2, then that last error should disappear. good. Okay, so we just gotta do a bunch of busy work. Luckily, we don't have to implement every single function in the Macintosh toolbox, just the ones that are being used by this. Actually, maybe it'd be easier. I just copy all this text. And I'll add in the warnings at the end. Returns the next available event. Types of no event of the designated type get next event returns a null event. I guess false means that there's no next event. Oh, pick handles unsigned in. Okay, fine. Return 0. Actually, now. Oh, is that loud, is it? Apologies. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. It's just very hot, so I can't... You know what happens. Like, when tea is very hot, you can't just kind of, like, take a nice quiet gulp. It's got to be just, like, a tiny sip, and sometimes that sip is a bit loud. Huh? Cannot... Wait, poly handles of type unsigned in? Okay, fine. I'm pretty sure all the handle types are just meant to be... Pretty sure all the handle types are just meant to be pointers or pointers, but... We may dispatch with that. I haven't decided yet. Oh my word, must be getting to the end. Mercifully, none of these functions return anything, or very few of them do anyway, so... Ah, that's... okay, that's already there. Ah, there we go, at the end. Okay, is open port, okay. find it twice. I guess we should do these two. Okay. Right, and all we have left is missing Z-basic bodies. That's to be expected, okay. Okay. Toolbox all stubbed. Now we just got to stub Z-basic, of which there are hopefully a lot fewer. A lot fewer things. Oh, and that also okay, we also got to load the program, which is something I forgot to do. Yep, I think going back to the Z basic module. Yep. Okay. Done that. Okay, I've implemented block move, we implemented this, we haven't implemented close. How are we looking? Getting there. Still got a bunch of definitions that we haven't done yet. I think we'll get rid of most of the inline ones for now. There's not really any performance Because I mean, like, defining them in the header means they're inlined, but doesn't really matter. It's probably better for readability that they're all in the one spot. Also alphabetical order. Picture should be here. Where was read? Good enough. I think that'll work. Cool. Just a couple left. So we've got text, window. How's that looking? Yeah, text, 20, window. We can do that. So Copy both of these. And then this lot here. Ah, no. Okay. Undefined reference to... Oh, okay, because I put in a destructor, but I didn't actually put anything in the destructor. Yeah, okay. That's fair. Where the... Okay, where did I put it? Oh, and a constructor. Okay. Undefined reference to clip... Okay, did I miss one? I missed clip rect. Okay. So it compiles. Let's try and run it. I imagine it's gonna just kind of get stuck spinning its wheels because I haven't... There are some parts of the code which wait for the timer, like do a busy loop. They either do a delay or they do a busy loop poll of the timer, and currently the timer is stopped out. So at the minimum, I think we would need to fill that in before it would actually run, but let's check it anyway. Just don't you just love a dependency chain which has everything in it? I wonder which part of the mess pulled in, because I mean, like, all this, most of this I think is just down to... Oh, GDK, that's why. Okay, so ScumVM must link to GDK in some way, which then pulls in all this other stuff. Are we done yet? Come on. Got all the debug libs. LibUSB, okay. Ah, finally, okay. Start. Whoa, 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 okay, okay. So we... how far did we get before it crashed? It's probably... Okay. So... Oh, it was doing Sterlan. That's interesting. Oh, so it was in the code that was specifically about loading the program data. Okay. That may be my fault, because I haven't tested that. But no better time like the present. Okay, so let's go... Start. Okay, so it's going to try and open the file called prologue finale. It finds the Scott chunk. Yeah, okay. So now it's going through and pushing all of the fixture data as this kind of, what's it called? Datum type. A very basic datum type. Oh! Opcode. Oh no. Yep. So let's just pull it. So reads an integer. The next one's going to be a string. Oh no. Ah, this is a string. Okay. At which point it reads... Hmm... 49 bytes. Yeah, there we go. So here's our string. One sunny day, a light-hearted fool strolled along. Okay, then it tries to push this to the back of the data table. And it, okay, and then it immediately dies. It immediately dies because... Oh, I see. It immediately dies because it is trying to do Sterlan, and the string isn't null terminated. I understand. I understand completely. I think I understand. Okay, now next question does... I don't think new does... It zeroes out the memory. We want that. C++ new calloc. Okay. Number of bytes to allocate pointed to memory to initiate. Let's look at it. No, but that's on the stack. I want it on the heap. Okay, gotta use fill. Actually, what am I worrying about? Why am I even bothering with new? And then +1. Okay. Did it crash in the same spot? Sort of. Use after free. So does it not make a copy of the memory? So Z basic datum gets rid of that string. Oh, okay. Z basic data. Okay, so like it's calling the destructor again. What am I doing wrong? So it's trying to move stuff around in the C++ array. Our good friend, the C++ array. Which then means that it frees up some storage by removing the datum. Oh, we got to add like a reference counter. I think I got to add a reference counter. Yeah, because there's no copy constructor. Actually, oh no, maybe there's an implicit copy constructor. But then it reuses the same pointer. Okay. What's the quick and dirty trick for a ref count? It is... Screw it, no. This is all happening in Z-Basic, so we can... Okay, and then... okay, maybe that's overkill. Maybe we don't need that. Oh no, we can just free it. That's okay. Right, and then this would be ref count. just change the constructor to take the ref count. Alright, and then deck ref count would just... Maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe we should just be using like smart pointers or something where all this mess is handled for you. I mean, that does have an appeal to it. Like initially I was kind of thinking, wouldn't it be nice if we just didn't have that much pointer maths in this engine, given that it's brand new? But that may be that may be difficult. What was the name of the smart pointer class? There was one. I remember it existing. Okay, there's like shared pointer. Maybe that's it. And yeah, that can take, okay. Maybe we should do it this way. And then save ourselves the hassle of like writing our own reference count. Because I don't think we're gonna do it very well. So reference count is gone. Get rid of these, get rid of these. And then maybe we refactor these so that instead of returning just the struct, they return a shared pointer. . 'Cause, 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 'c Okay, no conversion from this to a... Okay, so what's the skinny on this? Oh, okay, because we got to declare on the heap. Because we do in the director engine, we do it the other way, which is we have what's it called? The datum. We have the datum not as heap objects. Instead, we have them as stack objects, which then copy the data using copy constructors and everything. And while it's kind of nicer to write code that uses it, it is more of a pain in the ass to understand, especially when it comes to, I don't know, the memory management side of things. And seeing as that we're not going to use like a bunch of stuff which there's very little which actually uses the basic datum, so I'm happy to just do it this way, even if it's a bit more verbose, because then it simplifies the memory management a lot. Or at least it should. Oh, and I can get rid of the ref count. Ref count is no longer there. To hell with ref count. Did that... Huh? Oh, I didn't change the... I didn't change the return type. Okay, now all these bits are gonna be having a whinge because the array type has changed. So that's in 101. Yeah, fine. See basic 192.46. Oh, right. That's right. 192. Two two six. Huh, alright. I compiled. Now where's it gonna crash? Is it gonna crash in exactly the same spot? Is it gonna make it to the actual game part and get stuck in an infinite loop? Who can say? No, it crashed in roughly the same spot. Sterling again? What gives? I thought we went through... Oh, okay, I mean... Okay, so it's not a memory allocation problem in... Okay, so we've sorted out the reference counting problem, but we still have some drama here in convert to U32 string. I wish that like address sanitizer would just tell us, you what the problem is. Okay, Z basic line. Oh, okay, it'll be that because... Oh no, that should return a shared pointer. But, oh, it's because I didn't... Yeah, okay, it's the same issue that I was having up here. So we just gotta copy the calloc fix. So these are Pascal strings, which means they don't have a null. They just have one byte at the start, which says how long the string is, and then the number of things. So we have to convert it to a null terminated string in order for the decoder thing to work. Okay. Ooh. There we go. We're in the code and it is infinite looping, which is to be expected because we haven't implemented any of the stuff. Great. Good result. So I better stub out everything. So we're in this subroutine, sub 128 E80. Oh, cool. So yeah, right. So it's literally just polling. It's polling the events. Yeah, okay. So it's calling get next event, but it's only going to break out of the loop until it gets a null event, which I guess is what happens when there's nothing to say. So we may as well just implement that so that it kind of falls through. What equals k null event. I'm pretty sure there are some loops in there which poll the timer, so that'll probably be the next thing that we need to get in place. Oh no, it's still running around in circles and get next event. Oh, the modifiers. Okay. All right, this what? Where's the... Tell me about these modifiers. Okay, returns the next available event for a specified type or types, and if the event is in the event queue, removes it from the queue. Returned in the parameter next to the event. If no event of the designated types is available, if the next event returns a null event. Or was it return a boolean? Oh, here we go. First calls the desk manager function system event to see whether the system wants to intercept and respond to the event. I say. If so, or the event being reported as a null event, get next event returns a function of false. A function return of true means that your application should handle the event itself. Okay, so we always want to return true on that. Okay, so this is literally just like a hack that they edit in so that like desk accessories like the little calculator app work with that, you know, as a while in the same application. I kind of want to know what the modifiers were. Okay. The window manager generates an activate event possible. The active flag bit in the modifiers field. Modify flags. As mentioned above, the modifier fields of an event record contains further information about activate events and the state of the modifier keys and mouse button at the time the event was posted. Okay, so the disassembly said there was 8. So it would be... Okay, so this is mouse button up. How intriguing. So this must be check for mouse up. And of course it's a Macintosh, so you only have one mouse button to deal with. Okay, how far did it get before? Yeah, so it's running through, it's doing a bunch of things. Oh, note that the state bit is set if the mouse button is up, whereas the bits for the 4 modifier keys are set if their corresponding keys are down. Okay, keep looping until... That's insidious. I should write that. Yeah, okay. So basically, if we're doing nothing, it should then break out the loop. That's good news for us. We don't have to change that very much. Okay, and then... Huh, we're still in a... Still in one of these, huh? Why is it getting stuck there? Oh, okay, there's a different... Ah, so now this is where... Okay, so now this different loop is waiting for me to have clicked the mouse. So this must be like the end of the prologue where it's like one sunny day and it's waiting for me to have done something. So I think I'll have to go... This is effectively yielding... Yeah, okay, that's going to be interesting. Because, like... Because when you think about... Yeah, because when you think about ScumVM, it is a single-threaded engine, which then means where in this code is there time to draw to the screen, for instance. Like, we could make it so that each of these toolbox commands are synchronous, like, so that when you say, like, fill rect, that triggers filling a rectangle and then doing stuff. Same with delay. Like, there's a delay command, I believe, in here. And then that could effectively do a yield. And then I guess get next event would be like a similar thing. Like, it would just... I suppose, yeah, you would... I suppose you could rig it so that if the event queue is empty, because we're going to have to, like, eventually, like, keep track of all of the mouse input and whatnot events, but essentially, if this gets called and there's nothing in the event queue, then that will be equivalent to, like, yielding for 1 frame. And then we synchronize it up that way. Sounds like it would work. Okay, and then so let's figure out what's going on with the timer, because I believe the... Oh wait, this is inside Macintosh Volume 4. Get out of here. So I believe the Macintosh timer is 60, like 1/60th of a second. Here we go. The function tick count returns the number of ticks since the last system startup. You might, for example, compare this value to the event where a field of event record, blah, blah, blah. The function get caret time. Yeah, 60ths of a second. The tick count is incremented during the vertical retrace interrupt, but it is possible for this interrupt to be disabled. Furthermore, don't rely on the tick count being incremented to a certain value, such as testing whether it has become equal to its old value plus 1. Check and check for greater than or equal to. Yeah, okay. Good advice. So then... Okay, then we have to graft it onto, like, ScumVM's tick system. Yeah, alright, and then they... So we just do it this way. Okay. Because, yeah, ScumVM is all done in milliseconds. What is... Okay, what's the deal with frame rate? I'm pretty sure that there's no fixed frame rate. Yeah, just... Okay, so, like, Scum is all just hard-coded numbers everywhere. Yeah, this is also... Oh, actually... So, okay, how do we do this then? Because like the other problem with like just doing delay like doing straight up fixed delays like that is that the screen doesn't get updated and then the mouse cursor doesn't get updated, which is not what we want. So if we were to make another method called, so like also, ooh, how a window is drawn. When a window is drawn or redrawn, the following two-step process takes place. For the first step, window manager calls the window definition function. Usually the second step is the window manager generates an update event to get the window application to draw the window contents. It does this by accumulating... Okay, so it does dirty rectangles. Then it calls begin update. The procedure temporarily replaces the viz region of the Windows graph port with the intersection of the viz region and the update region. It then sets the update region into an empty region. This clears the update event so it won't be reported again. Draw the window contents entirely or in part. Okay. So we go... Okay, and then private. I mean, does anything in ScumVM have vsync? I mean, there are like vsync settings. Ooh, frame limiter. Tell me more. Tell me more about what frame limiter is. A frame rate limiter ensures the frame rate does not exceed the specified value by delaying until all of the time slot allocated to the frame is consumed. Allows to curb CPU usage and a stable frame rate. If deferred of vsync is true, frame rate will only be limited to the set value when hardware vsync is inactive. Otherwise, it will check vsync directly. If deferred of vsync is not false, frame rate will always be limited to the set value, whether or not hardware vsync is active. Okay, does anything use frame limiter? Ooh, a bunch of things use frame limiter. How curious. Oh, okay. And then we've got like delay before swap, draw screen, limiter start frame. Okay, this probably works better than what I was planning to do. I think that's right. G system is not okay. Oh, I see, because we didn't include, okay. Include common system.h. Okay. So put one of those in here, we then, is it delay? Yeah, we'd have to do delay as well. Oh, wait, no, we're gonna have to... No. What we want is... We want to convert the number of ticks into milliseconds, don't we? So we want plus numticks times 60 over 1000. I don't know, times 1,000 over 60. Oops. Oh yeah, what was... Delay had something that I needed to return, didn't it? And returns the number of... So the total number of ticks from system startup to the end of the delay. Okay, if deferred vsync is set to true, frame rate will only be limited to the set value when hardware vsync is inactive. Okay, we want to do that. And like the default is deferred vsync, which is good. Oh, G system is not a type. Oh, okay, right, because it's implicitly deleted because the default definition should be ill-formed. No action function call for frame limited thing. Oh, whatever, we'll just do a constructor. Must have. Oh, okay. Just make that a pointer. And then void update. Call immediately before starting game logic cycle and immediately before previous screen update, if any. Okay, and then in our event routine, okay. Will it make it to the end? Or will it get stuck again? It got stuck again. 1 to 112. Where's 112? Oh no, 401. Oh, it's this one which is waiting for the mouse down event to happen. So I guess we would need to so we have this event record structure. We have these kind of attributes. What we need is some glue to convert ScumVM events into these kind of events. And then we can make it so that the toolbox method for getting the next event will just fetch events from our stack. So if we go common array Actually, we want queue rather than array. Alright, now what was the trick for getting events in ScumVM? Okay, that was the one. Type, that's it. Okay, switch, event type, case, common, event. Oh, we don't have a constructor for that. Alright, now we gotta... Okay, so these are the event codes. We have one message which can contain stuff in it. Okay, when is the ticks? Yeah, okay, so we'll just do a corresponding mouse button up event. Okay, and then down here. Okay. So now hopefully we should be able to break out of the infinite loop by clicking on the screen. Yep, there we go. Now we've got... Oh yeah, and now it actually kind of runs it... runs at an interesting pace now, because... Oh, well, I say interesting pace, it runs at like the correct pace now, because we've added the delay functions in there. So now it's just... polling, get next event... Which point it pumps the events. Okay, again, it's just waiting for mouse down. Okay, and then we're getting to sub 130. Okay, I would have thought that the mouse cursor would have been moving, but it is not, which implies that I've screwed something up. So the whole point of it yielding to the screen is that the mouse cursor should kind of move. Oh wait, because no, there's a that. There is a draw instruction which I didn't do. That'd be why. I think. I'm telling the engine to wait, but I'm not telling it to draw to the screen. That's embarrassing. Oh, this is the Hypnospace Outlaw engine, I guess. Is it Hypnospace Outlaw? No, it can't be. No, this is some other... Yeah, okay. I was about to say, I didn't think that Hypnospace Outlaw was in here. It's like Soldier Boys. Various FMV games. How come I can't find any implementation for draw the screen? Oh, it's in hypno.cpp. What a surprise. Yep. Okay, so we were to go in here and then do that at the very least update the mouse cursor. Okay, mouse cursor moves. I don't know what to think about how the fact that like the mouse cursor updating is very herky-jerky. Oh, and we got a crash. We got a crash in here. Oh yeah, okay. It's nowhere near that big. So... Wait, what? 131... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Why is it trying to... Okay, for some reason it is trying to play the... it is not. For some reason, it is trying to run the code for the finale rather than the prologue. I thought it was kind of hard. I thought I had hard coded this to run not the finale, but the other one. $106. Okay, so. I was about to say, like, why is it running? Because I've not ported over all of the finale yet. Not even close. But the prologue, I should have. Interesting. Okay, so that's running through the. Why is it running through both? It's just doing like one straight after the other. That's odd. Okay, and then we get to here, which screws up because it gets given something 40C0. Ah, yeah, this is a me problem. Oh, wait. I renamed it, didn't I? That was smart. What do you mean no such... Oh, because I got rid of the dot bin. Sure. Guilty. Guilty. Right. So the issue is there's a string table down here which contains these indexes on the side. So yeah, okay, 78. So something something about my Z basic code. My C++ loader didn't work. And I missed some stuff. So what's going on there? Toolbox. And I see basic. crap, how do you convert U32 to just regular strings? I can't remember. Oh, okay, convert to encode. Yeah, that should do it. Okay. Let's see where the string loader goes off the rails. Oh. Oh, I just didn't load it at all. That can't be right. Oh, because debug flags level 5. What did I do wrong? 106? Okay. Okay, so it's something... I picked a weird one. Only if Gbo is at least at the specified level. Okay. Let's just do that. Whoops. Oh, did I forget? I forgot to put a line break in. That doesn't help. Really? I need to put a line break in? I guess I do. I guess I do. I guess there could be carriage returns in there, which might be a problem. Oh, yeah, it's it's not looking good. It's looking broken. Okay, how is it all busted? Oh, right. Okay, so it didn't pass this properly. Because we're still stuck here in, like, silhouettes published by, like, Dover Publications. Okay, so then we gotta just add more of these. Also, okay, hang on. Yeah, okay. So that's a mistake. So that should be 4. just do it that way. Doesn't have to be perfect. None of this has to be perfect, mercifully. So you double int. Okay, and there's BCD. I'm not sure I care that much about BCD. Okay. Is that the data table? I haven't got it around the wrong way, have I? Okay, no. So that looks fine. At some point it must desynchronize, though. Yeah. Okay, so about here it goes off the rails. Okay, no, this is all normal. Fool's Errand was created by Cliff Johnson. Okay, why does it... Okay, and then it detects the string table, when in fact it's not the string table. So then it's interpreting all this crap as, like, not as variables, which is what it should be doing. 13696. That's where it kind of goes off the rails. Right, okay, and then we got our new offset of 13711. That doesn't seem right. It seems like it's off by 1. If it's off by 1, that's going to be bad. Yeah, so it should be 3590, but it is... It's not. Why is it 1 behind? Oh, is it because there's a... Is there padding? Is it padded out to multiples of 2? And we just didn't do that properly? Yeah, okay, that's why. So it's the value, because it's 68k, you can't, I don't think you can access memory on a byte boundary. It's only on a word boundary. Actually, you know what? I know the CPU, you can't have instructions that are on a byte boundary. It's only a word boundary, but presumably it's something to do with that. But we don't have any. We have to do that now. What did I say? It was whatever pointer plus size divided by 2 is. So we tell. It's as simple as that. I think so. So actually maybe that alignment operation should be at the end. Whoa, alright. Now we're getting into... didn't like that. It did not like that at all. What am I? Oh, because oh, right. Skip? Yeah, it should be skip. We're getting there. If we can make it to the end of the program without it crashing. Oh wait. That's basically a victory. Okay, well... Okay, so the string table now looks cooked. So now, yeah, okay, so now this is all busted. Oh, because I didn't put the skip in here as well. So just to check, the very first string in the stupid string table is going to be 1987 by Cliff Johnson, all rights reserved. What we saw was more silhouettes published by Dover Publications Incorporated. Huh, okay, so the very first one is still a bit naff. Right. Huh. Okay, so we get the Cliff Johnson copyright message. The software is created using the ZBasic compiler. Portions of the code are copyrighted by Zcore. Mouse to continue. Click mouse to continue. Empty string. There is not enough available memory to run the program at this time. Check your instruction manual for possible solutions. Click mouse to quit. Okay, all of this Seems fine. Oh, okay. Alright, so there was one record at the start, which is not correct. Oh, you just skip. You skip one byte. Okay. Okay, that loaded everything in the data table, and it loaded everything in the string table. That's exactly what I wanted. So now if I just keep clicking... I'm guessing this must be like drawing rain, maybe? Oh, okay. So yeah, it just keeps doing it while tick count happens. Oh, right, okay. So it's jump the fence. That's not correct. Whatever that logic is. 356? 356. Okay, so this must be for drawing like the raindrops on the screen. So it's called with a value of 1. Oh, right, that's right. And like what's it called? This value here is the last known value of the timer, which gets set by various pieces of the code. I mean, this must be wrong though. 128.08c. Yeah, okay, so you get the timer value, it gets this, it adds the two together. It then compares the thing we did to the tick counter, and if it is less than or equal to that, it jumps back to A96. Is that right? Compared, okay. But I mean, like, this is constantly increasing. Okay, we've got these two numbers. We add them together into DO. And then, like, this is the one that must be passed in. Like, this seems like the more logical thing to do. Because I have no idea when, like, too easy to jump the fence with that other one. I don't know why I didn't jump the fence the previous time we ran it. Oh, then again, the previous time we ran it, we didn't have a timer. But now we do. Okay, where are we? We're in 130 EA2. EA2, isn't that where we are? Oh no, it's not. 130 EA2. Yeah, okay, it is where we are. So what did I do wrong here? Oh, okay. There's just bits of code which like draw the raindrops on the screen, and they have like a built-in weight. And if I am patient, it will continue on by itself. If I'm not patient, then I just gotta. 1062. Okay, so it's looking for the caret in the other string. Okay, so it does return a number. Oh, great, because it doesn't. Okay, so it is infinite looping because I did not implement this properly. This is 130 F48. Oh wait, no, this is... Huh? What is going on here? Oh, it's because it's got like weird boundaries. Okay, so like reading is int. It does a loop. Reads an int, reads a string. 1BA, okay. Then it jumps to FC2, which is here. It compares to see if this is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, then it jumps to F78, which is, okay. That explains it. Oh, I see. Okay, no, because it's not, this var stir 76 equals is replace. Oh no, okay, it happens in place. But then I16 1BA You're right, okay, so it's meant to be replacing these little carets with quotation marks. guess it must be missing. It must be missing. Must be off by 1. Or something like that. Because it's missing them. Okay. Okay, so there's none here. Yeah, alright, so this has got the carrots in it. So this should return back. This I16 1B8. Oh, because strings in BASIC start with 1, not 0, which means it's gonna miss the first. It's gonna miss the first caret completely because it's starting the letter W, which then means it flows to here, and then it's off by 1. Okay. I get it. I understand. I understand what's going wrong. Except I'm already cutting 1. I'm minusing 1 is being removed. Why is it having a problem with that? Okay. Oh, okay. This. So it's been rounded up to 1, when it should be rounded up to 0. Okay. Here we go. So, yep, it returns 1. Which then... Oh, okay, and then... Now we need to... I forgot to adjust it in the other spot as well. This vast 76. What a marvelous afternoon. Okay. So after that replace, we've got a quotation mark. I've got another quotation mark. And both of them have been replaced. Then it does this. And this should be the number 0 now. Because we have no matches. Okay, great. Okay, now it's waiting forever. Or just delaying. Just delaying for a long time. Oh no. Okay, why is the number of ticks so high? Why is the number of ticks so close to the ceiling of a 32-bit integer? Well, 143. Okay. So that calls 210. I see, right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because this this can technically be a signed number. And thus, but delay has to be unsigned. Okay. Yeah, so it's underflowing, and then because it's cast to a unsigned number, then it, yeah. Going all the way back. It's also made kind of messy by the fact that this particular timer variable isn't updated that often. So tick count can like very easily get ahead of that. Okay. That's it. Get through the rainy part of the intro. Huh, okay. Okay, well, I think... Oh, hang on. Why is the finale called at the very end of the prologue? Okay, that was what was throwing me, because I'm pretty sure that, like, the finale is only meant to be called if, like, a certain condition is met, but apparently I put it here as well. So that seems not right. So it's CE6. Okay, then it jumps to like 1002. And then it calls... Then it calls this. There's like loads of code which calls this. Like, my assumption was like this is the thing that was meant to call a finale. Like this branch statement here, which checks this variable, which I'm pretty sure is like whether or not we finish the game. But I'm just gonna uncomment this here. But I think that's about it. I think we've managed to kind of get the code itself running with a black screen and everything stubbed out. Which, honestly, a major improvement from 6 hours ago when it just still wouldn't even build. So now we can kind of, I guess, focus on like some of the more fun stuff, like drawing stuff, I don't know, drawing to the screen. Implementing all of these, I think it'll work okay. I'm a bit kind of consumed about. Like, the bit which is kind of going to be probably the scrappiest is how we inject these, like, update screen calls into the engine. Like, ideally, given that we're writing this engine from scratch, I want it to be, I want the frame rate to be decoupled. I don't want what we have in the Director engine, which is basically, like, it draws as fast as possible with, like, a 10 millisecond delay. However, given the style of the code, I'm not sure how possible that's going to be. Like, ideally, I just want it to have, like, in a perfect world, I just want it, like, yield points, and then the frame limiter to somehow magically decide if we're at a point that needs a screen update. But that could be, I don't know, that could be difficult. I'm thinking of, like, those tight loops which just randomly draw, like, raindrops on the screen. I do not know what the trigger is there to, like, does it just keep doing that over time until eventually it decides enough time has elapsed? Oh, Mambo says, I tried slowing down my emulator to real time and now it takes 30 seconds to start June, but then it runs fine. Oh, this is your special CPU emulator just for running June. When you say real time, you mean, like, kind of processing the instructions in real time? I don't quite understand. But yeah, oh yeah, like, MAME is very similar. If you turn, like, any of the debug features on, then it kind of slows from... It's already kind of a bit slow, but then it kind of, like, absolutely tanks. Oh yeah, to 4.77 megahertz as God intended DOS to run. Anyhow, it's Jesus Christ, it's very late. I better stop the stream and go to sleep so that I can then work tomorrow. Oh, Mammo says it wasn't speed limited before. Oh, okay. So it was just... So it's now kind of down to a manageable clock cycle to process things. Anyway, who's doing stuff on Twitch? Okay, Mac is doing wacky fun FMVs, so why not? I think I'll be back Thursday and doing director stuff, but until then, have a wonderful rest of your day. Goodbye. Have a good one.